major association relating to preventing sexual assault. Several fraternities and sororities and students across the nation have denounced this act. Kristen Hauser, Chief Public Affairs Officer for the Pennsylvania Coalition Against Rape, states we don't force victims of other crimes to interact with police, empower courts, and initiate a criminal justice investigation. As Aggies, we refuse to further violate a person's consent by forcing them to choose between reporting to people or institutions of their choice and not reporting because they have to navigate a police force or justice system that is notorious for abusing victims and allowing rapists to walk free. Contrary to the arguments made by the Safe Campus Act supporters, the Student Senate's bill does not interfere with any person's due process or other legal rights. Perpetrators of sexual assault and rape who are students of the university, and any case of sexual assault or rape on our campus are our university's problem. If a victim or survivor so chooses to report to the university in any fashion, the matter should just be justly processed by the university, regardless of any outside police report. We encourage you to support the Student Senate's bill in opposition of the Safe Campus Act. We are the Aggies are we, and we must take care of one another. Please consider the one-impact students who would be survivors of sexual assault on our campus, as well as the health of our entire student body and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for our presenters? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We'll now move to Wayne Beckman, a Bushville student representing the Executive Cabinet living off-campus Fighting Tech Study class of 2015. Howdy, Senate. Before we go to holiday break, I want to give you guys a brief update of what's been going on in community affairs, give you some food for thought over the holidays. First off, I just want to let everybody know our Executive Cabinet and Senate leadership have worked together so well this year. I can say that SVP Benigno, Speaker Mitchell have been with me in so many different community meetings. They have supported me throughout this entire process. So you have leadership who is definitely paying attention and is involved in the day-to-day operations, so you don't have anything to worry about there. Today, President Young had both mayors and both city councils on campus, and we got a chance to sit down and talk with them about some different concerns they have. One of the main things that came out related to students was pedestrian safety. You know, we have a bill that's going to address that. And some other, we have two bills that are going to address that, with the yielding signs and the wall. But over the Christmas break, I want to challenge you all to think of some different innovative ways where we can think how we could increase pedestrian safety for students. We have students every day. They're riding bikes, they're walking, they're on mopeds, motorcycles, and they are vulnerable to drivers. And just think of some different innovative ways if you can over the holidays and bring those ideas back in the form of legislation. That's one of the things I want to challenge you guys on. Because one of the reasons is once we come back, ideally after December the 10th, we will have an official position. We will have a student representative position on the College Station City Council. It's pretty exciting. They put me up on a little dais and there's microphones, so I'll have speaking privileges on different amendments and ideas that come before the council. So that puts the burden of responsibility actually on you guys to come forward with a student opinion and tell me what that is. It's not a position for me to come up with my own ideas and figure out what I think. This is a position for me to listen to what the students think. So I want to challenge you all over the break to come up with some interesting ideas that you think can help students and bring those to me. And hopefully we'll be able to make some really positive change. And if you guys have any questions, I'll have an answer. Awesome. Thank you very much, Wayne. Are there any questions for our presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. We'll now move to Robert Warwick, a senator representing College of Agriculture, Life Science. Yeah, 5 minutes to
Howdy! Howdy! So, I am a senator for the College of Agriculture and Life Science, but that is not what I'm here to talk to you about right now. What I'm here to talk to you about today is something I did the other week. I went down to the tax office and I got registered as a deputy voter registrar. So, I don't know if you all were all here when Jess Fields came in and talked, and he brought up the point of being involved in your community. That's something I want all of us to be a part of, or involved in. I know you're doing a lot here in your local community with the university, but I want you to take a step back and expand your reach. And I want you to get involved in the community. And one of the best ways and easiest ways to do that is to vote. Vote on the issues that affect you here locally. And the only way you can do that is if you are registered to vote. So as an deputy registrar, I can do that. I can register you to vote. I would really like it if all of you, I mean, I understand if you're like Senator Bosworth and you've got, you know, an issue in your county, but that you want to take care of back where you're from. But if you don't have something like that, I'd really like it for you to get involved here locally, where we spend so much time. I spend the majority of my time here. I've been here for almost 3.5 years, and it's a shame I didn't get involved sooner. And I want that to be something that all of y'all have the opportunity to do, is to vote in your local community. So come see me after this, come see me during, preferably after, so you don't interrupt anyone else speaking. But let's get everyone registered, and if I run out of forms, we've got some of these. If you've got a buddy who wants to register and I can't do it right now, ask for one of these, please. They're prepaid, just fill it out, stick it in the mail, and you'll get your voter registration card. Thanks again.
Any questions for Senator Sport? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. We'll now move into a period of old business, beginning with SB 6831, the establishment of force and date bill. If the presenters will please come forward, they will have 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes beginning at howdy, sir.
Well, howdy, Eggs.
Howdy.
So this is a bill that's addressing something that isn't probably a problem for a lot of you, but may be for some of you. It definitely hasn't been for me personally and a few people that I know. So reading through the student rules, something that's never really addressed is, when does the course actually end? A lot of you think, well, when you have the final, right? Well, that's not technically true. Grades are typically due, unless you're graduating, roughly 5 days after your final exam. So theoretically, you could be stuck here till, and in this case, the last final exam is December 16th, and the day grades are due the 21st. So you could be here stuck on campus till the 21st to turn in a project or something, should your professor request that you do so. So this right here is a bill that basically says, wow, that kind of stinks. Basically, what I want to do is establish the university academic calendar. It tells you when your final exam is for your course, right? That should be the last day that you're required to do anything for that course. After whether you have a final exam or not, if you have a final project in lieu of that, or whatever the case is, that should be the last day that you're required to have to deal with that course. So this is something addressing that. Again, people have internships, or have sometimes in the winter term they have family things they need to go to. They have trips planned out of the country, whatever it is. You shouldn't have things coming up. It's like, oh, well, I have to stay an extra 5 days. I had no idea about it because my professor decided to assign a project on the day of my final exam, due 5 days later. Again, I don't think it's probably an issue for a lot of people, but some people have had issues with this. So it's just kind of fixing something that's a drop in the language. Also, there's a provision in here that I would like to address is there's really no language as to when something can be assigned. So some people have up to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever. They final exams, usually not as high as 9, but some classes have a final exam and a lab practical or something that could double up. But I know personally I've had 6 or 7 in one semester, and that's rough. So this right here is saying that students should not be able to be allowed, should be assigned a project within a week of the start of final exams. So that's not saying that it can't be due. That's not saying that the professor can't assign homework, projects, etc. It's just saying, give us at least a week's notice so we can plan our study schedule for final exams. A lot of times final exams are 30, 40, 50% of your grade. I feel like having adequate time to at least plan your study time for these things would be helpful. I mean, there's current provisions in student roles that allow, if you have more than 2 exams on the same day, you can request that one be moved to another day, and the dean will get involved with all that and everything. So there are provisions in the student roles that go along this line of thought that will allow for, they want you to do well. You do great in the class for 15 weeks and then you screw up on the final and you fail the class, well, that's no good because you didn't have time to study because of extraneous things, such as assigning a 50, 60-hour project this, on the last day of class, due the day of the final, that just distracts from your time to study for the other classes. So I feel like this is just being fair to the students and something that, again, while it isn't usually an issue for a lot of people, it has been an issue for some in the past, and I feel like it should be addressed in the student rules. Anything to add?
Just, we felt that a week, you have 1 week study time for most tests, and that was more than enough. Anything before that would be asking a lot of pushing professors to really push hard on project sooner and not give them a good break time. So overall, about 1 week.
And with that, we open questions.
Great. Are there any questions for our presenters? Seeing none, we'll now move into period of debate. Thank you all very much. Is there any debate against SB 6831, the establishment of course and date book? Seeing none, debate one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting. All in favor of approving SB 6831, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passed unanimously. We'll now move to a period of presentation for SB 6823 to protect our ag field. If the authors could please come forward. We'll have 10 minutes beginning at.
All right, howdy, son. Howdy. So I'm gonna let Wayne take this off and update everybody on what he's been doing, because he's been doing an incredible job investing in updates for y'all. Probably help us amend this bill.
Absolutely. So I spoke with some city council members about the idea of doing this. There is support among some city council members to extend the wall. Right now, the plan that I was told about would be to approach it from a 3-way funding standpoint, from the City of College Station, Texas A&M University, and the Northgate Business Owners Association. It's a collection of business owners in Northgate. To approach it from a 3-way perspective like that, so that's how the financing would work. In terms of the speed limit, to address that, the Texas Department of Transportation said about that, it is their job to move traffic and not slow it down. There is no support on site TxDOT to do that. So if anybody's wondering about that, if you want to make a separate bill, that's fine, it's your legislative right to do that, but there's no support from TxDOT to do that. Like I said, there is support from council members to move this forward. The issue would be the financing, and that's where we would have to basically convince administration. That's where Michael's going to come in and kind of spearhead that charge. Administration to come in as a third partner on funding now.
Yeah, so we are absolutely against raising tuition to fund this wall, completely and totally opposed to that. So we want to have a meeting with Dr. Strasser, and if he says that we need to increase tuition to do this, we're going to go elsewhere. We've kind of put our heads together and thought we can approach the association, the foundation, numerous other donors that could put together a campaign for us. And I'm sure there are plenty of lags out there that would be happy to give a penny here and there that would quickly add up to the money we need. If none of them are open to it, we can run a student campaign, kind of like we're doing, or we considered for the Windchime bill, but we do not want tuition to be raised for this. So that just needs to be clear that this is not at all asking for a tuition increase to make this all happen. We believe that there are plenty of other ways to go around doing that, but this wall has a lot of support, and we think that it's the best way. And like he said, the speed limit is TxDOT doesn't want it.
And the city will not extend the wall on their own without the university kicking in. So the first wall, and I put the information request in to get exact costs and splits, and I haven't got that back yet. But the first wall was a two-way partnership between the university and between the city. I don't know if it's 50-50, 60-40, somewhere in between there, but it was some sort of partnership. And Dr. Strasser was the one who eventually released the funds to go to the city. So that's how the first one worked, and the city is not going to just extend this wall and do this on their own. There has to be some university funding involved. Are you yielding your time?
You'll be fine.
All right, time has been yielded. We'll now move to your question and answer, beginning with Chair Ball.
Chair Baldwin, can you give us the guarantee that even though if they do try to not do the tuition increase, that they may try to do the fee increase just for the heck of it? So you're not supporting any type of increase whatsoever. Like, I understand you guys are against tuition, but no on fees as well.
I don't support any form of increase on, the wallets of our students, but can I guarantee that Texas A&M won't increase anything? Probably not. I mean, they like doing that, so we're going to completely be against that. We're going to say we don't want it. If you want to do that, we'll figure out the wall elsewhere. But we don't need your money, but we're going to be completely opposed to them asking for any money whatsoever. Okay.
I'm not recognize myself. Do you all have a price tag on this?
I've asked the city manager for a solid price, and he hasn't got back to me yet. I don't want to throw out numbers because they may end up being inaccurate, but the things that you have to factor into the cost of the extension of the wall, the extension of the sidewalk at some portions, and the partial closure of the lane during construction. Those would be some things you have to factor in. I don't know what that cost would be.
I'll now recognize Bergen.
Being on campus, do we know how much that first wall costs?
I asked them for an estimate on that. I asked them for the first wall, and they haven't given that to me yet. I don't want to throw out the numbers because we just don't have.
So Tanner and I was supposed to when we said million, we thought that was the price for sure.
Yes, Senator Riojas.
Senator Riojas on campus. I was wondering, in that bill, is there anything that talks about whether or not y'all approve of raising fees? For example, if we were to pass it tonight, would that bill state that we don't want to raise fees to build a wall?
No, we can amend that if you wanted to bring up that amendment. I mean, that's something that we figured we could handle in a meeting. Because often they're not going to read the whole bill, they're just going to understand it just as it is. And then I think that's something that we can have more to say in person. But if someone wants to put up that amendment, I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for our presenters? Very good. Seeing none, we'll now move to a period of debate. I recognize Pro Tem Dean for debate against.
For being on campus, I have an amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Please briefly state the amendment.
My amendment will get rid of the speed zone part since they've already spoke to city manager on that, and also using myself as a sponsor. So that's part of my what I wanted.
Does this amendment have a second? Seconded by multiple senators, so you may now begin your debate for your amendment.
So pretty simple. They have already basically learned that Lord is not going to happen. So I think it's ineffective for us to have it together now that we've had that communication, that talk. I was just on the bill, so I could advocate for this part of it while they did the wall. Since that's not happening, I just learned myself as sponsors so they can advocate for their own bill and without taking credit because it's not my idea. That's it.
Well, the yield is there debate against this amendment? Yes.
I motion to previous question.
Previous question has been moved to the second. All in favor of moving to previous question, please say aye. Aye. All those please say nay. Chair, remind, if you don't recognize the debate against, then debate one side and we'll debate anyways, but that's fine. And we'll now recognize Chair Dean for debate against.
Oh, I give my time to.
Okay, the floor has been yielded. Is there any debate for the bill? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We will now move into a period of voting. All in favor of approving the Protect Our Ag bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The chair calls his own division, so all in favor, please stand.
One personal preference.
Senator Dean, during a division, any points or motions are out of order, and please wait to be recognized. So all, y'all may now sit, and all opposed to the bill, please stand. All right, thank you very much. And by a vote of 47-4 to protect our ag bill passes. Senator Hutton, would you like to recognize? We'll now move into a period of presentation for SB 6832, the flipped classroom improvement bill. Bill authors, please come forward. Yes, 10 minutes for each.
All right, well, howdy, Ags. Howdy. Not sure how familiar all of you guys are with the flipped classroom concept. It may have been described to you as inverted classroom. Both words are being used. I'm sure there's others. But to briefly fill you in, a flipped classroom is, as far as teaching style goes, is one where instead of learning in lecture style classroom, you will take some kind of online module or at-home resource for learning. You will usually be quizzed on your knowledge thereof, and then you'll go to class and have a hands-on component or question and answer with the professor, workshop type something. There's a lot of science that I've been told. There's a lot of science that proves that this is the way the students learn best. When asked, I wasn't provided with what science showed that, but I was told that science does support this. So I don't know how many of you guys have actually been in a classroom like this. Engineering is spearheading this for the university, and in regards to wanting to increase the four-year graduation rate, retention rate, all of that kind of thing, increase how well you guys learn. On paper, it sounds great. However, in practice, and especially in my experience and people I've talked to's experience, and this goes across the entire College of Engineering and possibly beyond, it doesn't work so well. And this is not necessarily saying it's a flawed concept, it's a flawed execution. Maybe the concept is flawed, maybe these studies aren't great, I don't know. But either way, I can say that the execution here at Texas A&M is not, it's not up to standard of what these studies are suggesting. So, also, in addition to the flipped classroom teaching style, there is a flipped classroom environment. To explain the difference between the two, a flipped classroom environment is a classroom which is conducted to that style of teaching. So it's usually typically a large classroom, something on the order of 60 to 100 students in a classroom. The tables are arranged as such to where you're in a group setting as opposed to all facing one central lecturer or the professor. And typically there's a lot of technology involved. So they'll have TVs around the room, they'll have microphones, they're trying to utilize technology to its fullest extent, which I am not against. However, the execution is bad. So if you guys, I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with EAB, A, B, C. They used to be greenhouses over near behind the annex area. They were recently converted to classrooms, and they're not so great as far as classrooms go. This is not just my experience. Yes, this is anybody who's had a class in there, and I've spoken to many of the professors who taught in there, and all of them are very much against it. I'm currently speaking with a few professors who've taught in there, and they're helping me send a petition around to get signatures and or comments to send to people in charge. But while that's working, this is a bill addressing the same issue. So again, I'm not saying this is a flawed concept. I want to abolish the whole flipped classroom thing altogether. But there are buildings being built here on campus currently, such as the Zachary Complex. I think it's called the Engineering Innovation Center or something. I think I have that wrong. Either way, millions of dollars are being spent to increase the number of these classrooms, increase the number of these environments, whereas administration thinks they're great. On paper, they are great, but students don't tend to like it, and the best that I can gather, the best that everyone I've talked to can gather. So what I'm calling for is that, first of all, if you are going to have a class that's stuck in one of these kind of classrooms, as a professor, you should be spoken to. There are classrooms that are like workshop-based classrooms, or workshop-based classes, sorry, that would do great in these classroom environments, and they have. Those are the kind of classrooms that you put. if you're going to have a specialized room, put the classes that actually fit that specialized room into that room. Don't just force them on a random basis. So speak to the professor and say, look, does this work for the way you teach? Does this work for your class? If you have a highly theoretical mathematics class or something of that nature, does it make sense to have a workshop-based environment? Probably not. So the professor should be informed, and they should consent to their class being into one of these flipped classroom environments. Furthermore, one huge complaint I've had is these professors are used to sit there working on a chalkboard or a whiteboard or something their entire life. A lot of them are 67 years old, and that's what they know. Then they're stuck in this classroom with TVs, projectors, microphones, all this stuff they don't know how to use or they don't care to use. However, whatever the case, while the classroom is set up for that, they aren't taking full advantage of it. Thus, they're severely limited because only half of the students can even see the little whiteboard they're trying to write on because everybody else faces the other direction, which is the point of the flipped classroom. So it's detracting from the educational experience at Texas A&M. I don't think anybody supports that. So in that regard, either the professor should agree that, yes, I do know how to utilize this technology around me, or they should be put through a mandatory training. One of the two. I'm not trying to force professors to do things. I know a lot of people are tenured, they know what they're doing. We can't try to force them into a class or something, but at least they should acknowledge that, yes, I do understand how to use what is provided to me to benefit the students, as opposed to detracting from their educational experience. Furthermore, all of the upper administration that are in support of this idea, they're talking about, well, science, a study, I won't tell you what study, but a study says that this is great. Well, that's all well and good, but this is Texas A&M. We're not necessarily the same as every study that's conducted in the United States or abroad. So what I want is some kind of metric to gauge this, that it's actually working for us. So all of you guys have your PICA course evaluations, right? Half you probably do them, but I'd like either a question added to that or some other highly recommended course evaluation for anybody who is in one of these rooms to state their honest opinion of how the room works, how it works with the class that they were stuck in it with, etc. We need to gauge how Texas A&M students actually, how they like and how well they learn and all that. Not just saying some other study somewhere else works for this concept, but we need to see how well it works for our students at this university. So before we just expand this to everyone on a blanket statement saying science somewhere says it's good, we should have metrics to back that up. All right. Last but not least, if these metrics that they should be collecting without our intervention, but especially with our intervention, should show that students do not like this, students do not learn well, students, this does not work for Texas A&M for whatever reason, and they should stop expansion plans that that are in support of continuing opening more classrooms like this, etc. So if this doesn't work for us, why are we continuing to do it? And that's all it is. So I just want to see that, we're not following a paper published by somebody else somewhere else talking about something that's not regarding to what we're doing here. I just want to see that if this concept is really beneficial, that it's beneficial for us in Texas A&M. And with that, I'll yield the floor to questions.
All right, very well. Thank you very much, sir. We'll now move to Senator Hutton for the first question.
Howdy, Senator Hutton, on-campus caucus. So you were talking about how a lot of times deans will wave around a study or something to try to support the flipped classroom. What statistics do you have from Texas A&M students that we do not support the flipped classroom environment, or is that a similar assertion?
Okay, so yes, I'm definitely not trying to cite a study. I'm not trying to cite a full-blown petition or anything of that nature. However, this has been from 3 classes I've been in particular. I've been in a classroom where the professor said, so I want to see your guys' opinion. How well do you guys like this classroom, this environment? And I've listened to students speaking out, to the professor. This is nothing that I engage. Also, I've spoken to quite a few people individually on this. Again, I'm not citing that, and again, this bill is not opposing the concept. This bill is simply saying, we need to look into it more because it's obviously not being done 100% correctly. So we should look into it more saying, do people like it or do they not? And if they don't, then stop. If they do, then continue with it. Again, it's not a blanket opposition, and I'm not trying to cite that everybody hates it. I'm just saying it's something that's not 100% kosher, and so we should look into it more.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to Chair Springer.
Chair Springer, legislative affairs. Nick, would you be able to amend that also added on whereas for the inability to administer exams in that room causing mandatory night exams?
Could you please?
Permission to clarify.
Yes, sir.
As you probably already know, no teachers give exams in that room that I'm aware of, at least in my 4 classes in EAB, they're all night exams.
Okay.
Would you be open to an amendment that included the inability to administer exams in that room due to seating angles under whereas for?
Yes, absolutely.
Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move into a period of debate, beginning with debate against. Is there any debate against the bill? Do you have a motion or do you debate? Please raise your fist for debate against. Senator Hutton.
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
So I've had 2 flipped classrooms in the EAB buildings. And my main concern with this bill is how it will affect engineering 111 and 112, because that is the vast majority of the classes being taught in those buildings. And that's actually why, a large reason why those buildings were built, because as Zachary was being phased out, there were no longer those classrooms to be used. And so from my personal experience in those classrooms, it's very conducive to that flipped classroom environment, and it's actually a perfect learning tool. But the main problem with engineering 111 and 112 is that there are so many professors teaching in these max of 100, that capped at 100 level classes. And each of those professors is really just trying to teach students once they don't understand the modules that you're watching at home, and then you come into the flipped classroom. And in general, they aren't building this curriculum on their own. They're kind of just trying to solve problems. And I don't think that this bill recognizes that this would be a huge waste of their time, because it's not something that they designed, it's something that they're placed in. And I think that needs to be taken into more consideration. With that, I yield to Chair Springer. I yield to the floor.
Or the yield to. We're now moving to a period of debate before beginning the chair.
Okay.
Howdy.
As I already said, I believe I'm in my 3rd or 4th class in the EAB building. And as the previous senator mentioned, there is a lot of engineering 111, 112 going on in those buildings. I can tell you back in Old Army, we had engineering 111 and 112 in the civil engineering lab building, where there were actually computers. In these new buildings, there are no computers with which you can program your robot. The only reason for these buildings is for the flipped classroom, but in essence, you can't have the tests that require an in or release mode on there because there's no computers. You can't program your robot because there's no computers. Are you going to require everyone to bring a laptop to class just because you want to use this building? Even if this works for the small sections of engineering 111 and 112, they're absolutely useless for classes past that. Currently, I'm in thermodynamics in this room, and we have night exams that are scheduled all over campus because she can't consistently find a place to hold a night exam will fit our full section in there. We struggle with technological issues every day, from the projector going down to unfamiliarity with the surface. I just use administrative notes. So, from my personal experience, these classrooms have been a big issue, and with that, I have an amendment for this bill.
Amendments must be all under debate.
I'll leave my word.
You're not have to worry.
I will give my time.
You have 37 seconds.
Chair Payton, Academic Affairs. Just want to let you guys know, while the previous senator seemed to address that this was a bill against, again, this is not a bill against these classrooms or anything. It's just to gather opinions from the students before we continue expansion of this on a blanket scale. And I think I probably only have like 15 seconds, so I'll yield to the floor at that point.
Well, then yield. We'll now recognize Senator Hutton for debate. debate against?
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. So the previous chair made reference to two topics that I'd like to kind of address. And one of those is that the old civil engineering buildings had computers. That is true. And now that is no longer necessarily needed because of the bring your own device policy. So all freshman engineers are required to come in with a computer, either a Dell or the MacBook that you can see sitting at my chair. So we're now all required to walk in with these certain types of computers that are able to be programmed with free software to deal with our robots and whatnot. And also, I took all of my engineering tests in that room. But I appreciate the other feedback from the chair about clarifying his purposes for the bill. And with that, I yield the floor.
Or have been yielded? Yes, yes, sir, Chair.
Chair, on the rules and regulations, did not this body last session pass a bill on the bring your own device policy, and what was the expression of the bill?
If my memory serves me correctly, the body unanimously passed a bill against the bring your own device policy. I just recognize this point of information, but please wait to be recognized, but yes, you may be recognized, sir.
Point of information, Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. It has the Senate's bill for bring your own device policy been implemented in the Dwight Hood College of Engineering?
Yeah. Chair Spring.
Motion for amendment.
Yes, sir.
Just adding my previously stated amendment to this bill regarding the inability for exams.
Does this amendment have a second? The amendment has been duly seconded. Can you please come forward and begin debate for your amendment? You'll have a period of 2.5 minutes. You have 2.5 minutes beginning.
I just want to take that one. Just added one sentence onto whereas 4, basically describing the inability to give traditional exams in the classroom because many people are facing away from the teacher. You're all sitting next to each other. The opportunity to cheat is very clear, and it's not something we should promote. There shouldn't be any more temptation for this sort of thing than there needs to be, just because I'm trying to use a different type of light. But that's all I have for this minute.
Is there any debate against this amendment? Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move into a period of voting on the amendment. Is there, all in favor of approving the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
That amendment passes in the ears of the chair. We will now move into a period of debate. Senator Hutton, yes.
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. I motion to bring Senate Bill 6828 out of committee.
That motion is a main motion and is out of order at this time because we are considering a separate main motion and we're in debate.
Point of information.
Please wait to be recognized. Yes.
Point of information, Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. At what point would you like me to make said motion?
Senator Hutton, that motion may be made in between any main motion, such as in between any of the bills after we have voted on one, before we have brought another one up, or during open session. Senator Hutton.
Point of personal preference, or point of information.
Yes.
Point of information, Senator Hutton, off campus. Was my placard not raised in between the two main motions?
I'm sorry if it was, and I will make sure to recognize you when we're done with this bill.
Thank you.
So we're now moving back into a period of debate 4. So is there any debate for this bill? Seeing none, debate is deemed one-sided. We will now move into a period of voting on the flipped classroom improvement bill. All in favor of SB 6832, the flipped classroom improvement bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passes unanimously. Yes, Senator Hutton.
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. I motion bring Senate Bill 6828 out of committee.
That motion has been made and seconded. That is a debatable motion. So is there any debate against bringing SB 60?
Point of information,
Yes, sir.
Senator Strong off campus. Which one is 6828?
6828, I believe, is the, it's the bill that opposes HB 3304, I believe it's called the Sexual Assault Safety, Sexual Assault and Harassment Victim Protection Bill. So that motion has been made and seconded. Is there any debate against bringing out SB 68, bring out that bill? Yes, we'll begin the church break.
Howdy, real quick, we didn't have a chance to meet this week for committee, so this bill hasn't had a committee hearing. I would just caution against something that's probably an issue going without a committee meeting. Unfortunately, due to Thanksgiving break and weather and campus being closed, we weren't able to have our meeting. That being said, if it needs to go out tonight for some reason, go ahead, but I would strongly caution against it.
Time has been yielded. We'll now go to President Dean.
Off campus. So the reason why I want to bring this out is because LR is going to be working with other schools on it. And it is time sensitive, seeing as it's in the current committee in the House, as well as there was the option to have a committee meeting on Monday if the list was closed like other chairs did. I haven't heard any strongly emails. We've had 2 weeks to email me if something was wrong with the bill. It was like changed. I've had people ask me added to the bill, but that was the only contact that we've been given. I would really appreciate y'all allowing this bill to go through because it's new senators. If it isn't heard tonight, it dies over Christmas break. So it can't be brought back out afterwards. It's just done. We have to start with new business all over again. With that, I yield the floor.
The floor has been yielded to. Is there any debate against the motion? Senator Brooklyn.
Senator North off campus. I have a bill stuck in committee as well. We didn't have our meeting, and I don't feel that not having a committee meeting allows it to be good enough for us to pass it. I think that especially a topic that's going to be of national interest, it's a pretty controversial topic, should go through a committee process. Unfortunately, my bill is also going to be stuck in committee and die over the break, but I'm willing to do that to have the best legislation put forward possible. I think that should be done for this bill before we pass a bill that hasn't been thoroughly looked over by a committee and corrected in any way that it needs to be. Smart.
Howdy, Senator Sabor called of Agriculture on my side. Similar to what Chair Craig was saying earlier about having studies and working with other universities, I think Texas A&M is unique in its own right. And yes, as great as it would be to work with other universities, I think we need to focus on what we're doing here at this one. And it really deserves it's a time in committee.
Floor has been yielded to. We'll now go to debate 4. Senator Hutton, were you looking to be recognized for debate 4? We'll go to Senator Rose.
Senator Rose, Corporate Caucus. I have a committee, or I have a bill in my committee, LR, as well, that won't be coming out, and that's too bad. You know, tax rate textbooks is something we can all agree on, but if we don't speak up on tax rate textbooks, that's not the end of the world. We'll pick it back up in January. We'll still get passed eventually. But this bill is more important because it has such a greater impact on the lives of survivors. We heard the training talk earlier. This bill is too important to let die. You know, it's too bad we didn't have a committee meeting, although we could have. You know, as Aubrey said, if there were issues before that you had with the bill, there was 2 weeks that you could talk about. Trying to get the change, all she got was people wanted to sign on. This bill deserves to be heard, period. I get my time off for salary.
not going to be on campus. Something else I would like to just point out calendar-wise, I have set a calendar for next semester 2 days ago. The first development meeting is going to be January 20th. That means we won't have a meeting until the next week. It means if this is presented a new bill or any other new business, it's not going to be passed until almost March. So we're losing that much time if this or any other legislation is not brought out. And this, like I said, is important legislation. It's time sensitive, just like Concealed Carry was when it was only read once and then voted on as emergency legislation. And I think that this legislation should be given the same respect as well.
Senator Hutton off campus. Also, this is a bill that we can take the time to look at as a body. We can go through it with the same amount of detail that we could in a committee. And how many more of us are there currently to have that many more eyes looking at and scrutinizing this bill instead of what would likely happen in committee when it's just a few members attending that particular meeting, as well as the bill sponsors. If you really do want to take the time and detail on this bill, do it now because it is time sensitive and it's a time where we can all have a voice.
Are you on your time?
I thought you said,
I said 30 seconds.
I yield this, no, I yield my time to the board.
Senator Chen, you have a question?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
More information, Senator Chen on campus. Isn't it possible to make amendments to any issues with the bill here?
So we'll now move, since the debate for has been yielded, we'll move into a period of debate against. Is there any debate against the motion? Seeing none, debate is no side. We'll now move to a period of voting on the motion. All in favor of pulling SB 6828 from committee to be considered on the floor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay.
No.
And as the chair, that passes. Now move to a period of presentation for SB 6828. Yes.
Funny personal preference, Senator Hutton off campus caucus. Could we please have a copy of this bill sent out to all of the senators?
The bill was sent out at the previous meeting, correct?
Correct.
And it's also the legislative affairs drive, but I'm sure that Senator Sonke can take care of it. You have 10 minutes to get in.
Okay, Howdy Senate, just like y'all know, this is 6828, and what it specifically talks about is HR 343, which is the Safe Campus Act, currently in House legislation, Congress, US. And so it's something that other schools are taking a stance on, and something that I feel like is very important, and we're going to kind of go through that a little bit more.
Just real quick, because of some of the things I heard tonight, I want to make it very clear the reason we are doing this is not because other schools are doing it. We're doing this because it's the right thing to do. I want to make sure that's very, very clear. Just quick recap for any of you who don't know, if we're all very aware of what this bill does. What this bill does is it puts limits on the abilities of Tubman universities to investigate sexual assault and harassment and rape cases on their campuses. It forces victims to go to law enforcement in order to receive any kind of help. It is opposed by essentially every single sexual assault victims advocacy group in the country. It's awful. It's awful. That's the easiest way to put it. Now, granted, should there be legislation out there to reform the way that sexual assault is handled in this country? Yes, but this is not the right way to do it, and that's why we're fighting this. It is not the right way to go about it. It's absolutely wrong. I think probably we'll talk a bit more about it.
Yeah, so kind of the stats here are given by the group that came and spoke at Open Forum. Women or even men who are victims in that case are less likely to go to the police or report what's happened to them if they feel like they're going to have to go to the police. In fact, they did this, the National Justice, or National Criminal Justice Reference Service, which is operated by the federal government, found that 32% of women and men both are less likely to go to the police for reasons because they feel like they won't be taken seriously, as well as 37% fear that they would be treated poorly by the system. And so for students and families that decide that they just want to go to university to handle certain things, and this doesn't just mean expulsion, At A&M, for people that have been assaulted or raped, they have the ability to just choose mediation between whoever it is, and that's a requirement for them to go to. And so this bill doesn't just allow due process, but it takes away the rights of that survivor. And that's one reason why we want to oppose this bill. So I'll let Jacob Dingus speak about it last time. For those of you who don't know, he is in charge of LA on exact side.
Hi, everybody. So most of you haven't seen me since the beginning of the year. I want to reiterate that the reason why I think the Texas A&M student government should be behind this is not because other schools are doing it. I think the reason why we should be behind it is because it's the right side of the issue. The reason why that this is time sensitive is because right now, the Texas A&M student government is in charge of one of the largest lobbying projects in the state of Texas. We're working with over 10 schools that represent about 300,000 college students right now, just to give you an idea. So they're waiting for our decision on this to determine the direction that Texas student governments are going to go about sexual assault policy. So what I want to talk to you all about is maybe some concerns that you all have with this bill and try to address them as best that I can. The only argument that I think could possibly be presented that supports the Safe Campus Act is that it helps prevent false accusations. I want to sort of point out to you all why that's not true. There are two reasons why. The first is that sexual assault is the only crime where we feel like that the accused needs special privileges. So think of this. No one is afraid of reporting a robbery to the police. Okay? It's one of the easiest crimes to report. Yet despite how easy it is to report, no one is afraid of someone falsely accusing them of stealing, right? Yet sexual assault, which is one of the hardest crimes to report to the police, we feel like that the accused need special privileges. No other crime, robbery, murder, are we afraid of false accusation, yet somehow sexual assault is one where we feel like that the accused needs special privileges. And the system of due process is already pretty accurate. The second thing is that if you look at the sheer numbers of it, it's estimated that about 2% of reported rapes can be false accusations, and that's reported rapes. 80% of sexual assaults already go unreported. Texas A&M has the ability to be a leader on this, and this bill, the Safe Campus Act, takes a shortcut. It says that we should prevent false accusations at the expense of sexual assault victims. This bill, none of us are opposed to improving the due process for falsely accused. We are opposed to our bills that take shortcuts for that at the expense of sexual assault victims. So I hope that addresses any concerns that y'all might have. I know a lot of you are in favor of this bill. I just want to let you know that the Safe Campus Act is a shortcut, and it's not a good way of handling sexual assault policy. So I'm going to yield it to
So I wanted to remind you all again that initially, two major Greek life organizations in the country were very much in support of this bill, and they spent a lot of money lobbying for it. However, as more and more information came out about the intentions and some of the interesting things within this 19-page document that all of us have read, they have all removed their support and they're now against the bill in general. And so individual sororities and fraternities have started pulling their support from it as well. And it's a very hot button issue within that community where sexual assaults are statistically higher. There are multiple other pieces of legislation that are trying to address this issue. And what we are currently saying is that it's not that there is not a need for reform, it is that this is not the appropriate course of action. And with that, I yield.
Okay, so something else that I really want to cover is that we researched this the best ability that we felt like we could. I know that me and Jackson spent probably 8 hours in a locked room going over everything and just picking apart to write this bill, as well as I have gone to meetings at Step In and Stand Up with that group, with the Women's Resource Center, with Student Life to talk about how we handle here on campus sexual assault, as well as my own personal experiences dealing with it. And so something that I really think that's important to reiterate is that if you decide to vote against this bill that we have currently, make sure that you're voting against it because you don't like this bill, not because you think that there should be reform. We're not saying that if you vote and for this and that you want to denounce HR 3403, that we want to leave the system exactly how it is. It's not saying we don't want reform. It's just saying that this is not the right choice for that reform. And I think that's a very important thing to consider. And so with that, that's basically all that we had and want to present. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
We'll begin with questions from Chair Bosworth.
Chair Bosworth, CA. Can you name off the schools that are also putting this sort of bill through their student senate?
Sure. Right now, I've been contacted by Texas Tech, TU, and SMU are the main ones that have contacted me. That being said, most of the schools don't have, some of the schools don't have as much experience as we do when it comes to dealing with legislative issues. And so they're waiting for a decision from us, which is why it's so important that it was on the floor today.
As well as there's been SEC schools that we met at the SEC Exchange that are interested in starting the same things at their campus so that they can pursue it at SEC and DC if necessary when they go. As far as what we want, I guess, so there are three things that we really want. The first is just for the system to understand that we are not supporting HR 3403. The second one is asking his group, LA, when they go to lobby at SEC and DC for these roundtables, that they take the stance that Student Senate is going to take tonight. And so at the SEC and DC or Texas school. So it's not just Texas school issue either, it's a national one.
Yes, sir, Chair Bosworth.
So, Chair Bosworth, CA. So are we like the guinea pigs to see if this would get any traction for the rest of the school at all? Because if none of the other student senates are pushing this and we're the ones that are doing it, why put our reputation out?
Yeah, I don't think that's not. I don't think that's exactly how I would characterize it. I mean, the other schools are already pushing for it, but at the same time, like, I don't want to characterize it as we should do it because they're doing it either, right? Like, they are simply waiting for us to take the lead because we've been leading in everything else. That isn't to say that they won't do it without us. It's simply to say that we should maintain like A&M's leadership on this issue. I don't want to be like sidestepped by TU, which is something they tried to do.
Two of the Texas schools that he mentioned have already passed through Senate their disapproval of HR 3403.
I think this is a huge moot point because it doesn't matter if the other schools pass it or not or whatnot. That's why it's a time-sensitive issue that we're trying to get it done. The fact is that this is a bad bill, and we want to stand up for our constituents and ourselves and say that it's wrong. Like, that's the whole point. I don't care if TU likes it or Texas Tech. I don't care about those schools. I care about the fact that this is something that would affect our constituents and would affect me personally if this was something I was put in the place of. And so I think that's what we need to think about and not what schools support it or don't support it and whatnot. That was just what we were saying to get this bill on the floor because it is time sensitive in that matter, but that's not the key issue.
I'm not going to recognize myself, but when was this legislation passed by other schools, just TU, Tech, and SMU?
I know TU passed theirs only 2 months ago, 1.5 2 months ago.
Yeah, I don't have the timeline, and it's all they haven't. They're the ones who approached us saying that like, what are your thoughts on this issue? We're pursuing it now. I haven't been updated since then because we're waiting for a response about it, or they might have passed it. I haven't contacted them because I was waiting for a decision from y'all without Senate approval.
There's also been hearings the last couple of weeks, Title IX, and different psychologists who have gone and spoke before the committee that's currently hearing it at the national level. And so we kind of wanted to wait for those committee hearings before to get a more professional basis before we decided we want to drive this.
Okay, and a follow-up. So why oppose this bill and why not take leadership by supporting a different bill?
Okay, so absolutely. Right now, so it's kind of like these building blocks. So right now, this is the bill that people are going with currently. It's the leader so far for reform. So I think that if anyone, and Jacob and I talked about this, different sexual assault reform, especially in the works, bills that will hopefully be here next semester, so y'all can see the kind of reforms that we feel like would be positive for A&M. But right now, because this is the reform that's getting national attention, that's why it's time to consider more taking that stance.
And I think also just to add to that, I mean, it's all good. Yeah, this bill is bad enough that even if we want to go and support other reforms, which I think we should, it's bad enough that and it could hurt Texas A&M students enough that we can't afford not to take a stance on it. Like it's that bad. I mean, it's a fairly clear-cut issue. I just want to make sure that y'all understand that like this is something that we have to take a stance on because it will affect A&M students that much.
with 30 seconds remaining, we'll go to Senator Riojas.
Senator Riojas on campus. I guess I have a question as far as, actually, no, I guess can I make a motion to extend the period of question and answer time?
Yes, sir. Please make a motion.
Can I make a motion to extend question and answer time by 2 minutes?
The motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been seconded. All in favor of extending Q&A by 2 minutes, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passes. There's now 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in question and answer, and you are recognized.
All right, so my question was about actually filing a report. And I guess I had a question in response to that, and also kind of another question as well. So it says that you must file a report. Now, when you file a report, does actions actually have to be taken, or do you merely have to file a report? And I guess the reason I ask that is because I was looking through the bill, and there's something about talking about a confidentiality exception, and it says that if the person or if the victim wishes to remain confidential, they actually don't have to take action. It's under confidentiality exception in the actual writings of the actual bill. I was curious if y'all knew anything about that, and maybe explain it a little bit.
Right, so for the confidentiality, part of it, from my understanding and from the proceedings that we watched for the committee at the national level, the confidentiality, what that means is not that they don't have to take an action. It just means that throughout the process, the university can kind of like blank out their name when using it as as the case level. And so basically before, and the point that we're trying to get is the bill does is, in order for her or him to get any kind of support at a university level, this process has to be started and has to be and so that's the big thing, because some sexual assault cases take 2 to 3 years, and even then sometimes don't even have a conviction, so the victim at that point will have to wait.
On that note, regardless of the confidentiality clause, the issue is that the way it's actually worded is that if a counselor or someone gets told by a student they've been assaulted, it's not that they're being told to tell the police it happens, that they're being forced to transfer the case to the police. And regardless of the confidentiality thing you brought up, that's still what's going to be happening, and that's still why we're worried that the reporting rates are going to go.
And so I wanted to address something else that is in the actual bill, and that's that there are temporary measures that are within the bill. However, those aren't as extensive as we currently have within our university system. So it's essentially stripping our university system of the protections that we can give to students. And that's what the issue is here.
Thank you.
Time has expired. We'll now move to a period of debate against the bill. Is there any debate against the bill? Yes. Senator Gillen.
Sorry, Senator Gillen, Freshman Focus. I would like to make an amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Please briefly state what's in your.
Okay. I would like to add sponsors to the bill.
Okay. Please come forward, or just this amendment has second. Motion has been seconded. Please come forward and begin debate for your amendments.
Howdy, Senate. Add these senators to our bill: Alex Rose, Debbie Lander, Ryan Simpson, Beth Scheuer, Ja'Cory Clark, and Jeremy Keel. And they have just contacted us through writing that they would like to be added to this bill. And with that, I yield to the floor.
Is there any debate against this amendment? Yes, sir.
Senator Riojas on campus. I guess I just wanted to go ahead and read a little bit of that bill for y'all, just to make sure we can get it clear. Maybe I'm incorrect.
To be clear, is this debate on, we're on debate on an amendment, not the bill.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Is there any debate against? Seeing none, debate on side. We'll now move to a period of vote. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. And Senator Gillen, you are now recognized for debate against. Once again, you may yield.
Okay, yield to the floor.
Okay, the floor has been yielded to, which is out of order since we have a senator attempting to be.
Okay.
So
I yield to Senator Rose.
there you go. So Senator,
All right, Senator Riojas on campus residents. I just wanted to go ahead and read this for y'all just real quick. And if I'm wrong, I hope that the other side will be able to contradict me. I just wanted to make sure that all y'all knew what we're actually voting on. So I'm going to read one paragraph and then a little bit of another paragraph. So it says that, I'm going to go ahead and paraphrase. It says that basically like what they were talking about, that if there's been an incident, that they're required to basically file a report with the law enforcement agency of the local government. But then in the next paragraph, it says paragraph 1, referring to the article, it says you have to report it. It says that if the individual who is the victim of an act of sexual violence included in the covered allegation provided a written notification to the institution that they do not want the allegation to be investigated by a law enforcement agency. In other words, that if they say we don't want this to be given to a law enforcement agency, there's an exception in here that says they don't have to submit it. And that's all. I yield to the floor.
The floor has been yielded. We'll now move to debate 4, beginning with Senator Kubiar.
Hi, Senate. I read that. I was just looking at that too. And underneath that, that's in section 163. When you're looking at it, you should, because the words are good. But basically, in section B after that, the effect of the notification of confidentiality. So if an individual provides a notification to the institution, under this paragraph, blah, 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 the institution may not initiate or otherwise carry out any institutional disciplinary proceeding with respect to the allegation, including imposing interim measures described somewhere else. So basically what we're opposing is that the university can't carry anything out. Well, not anything, but things that are more permanent than the temporary, like 10-day suspension of people during the investigation. So we're saying, or what this bill is like saying, even if you say to university, I don't want to report this to law enforcement, you still don't get the benefits that the university would provide. All right, I yield to Senator Hutton.
And furthermore, Senator Hutton off-campus caucus. So furthermore, with that same thing, it also makes it a very procedural measure. If you read the preceding paragraph and how it talks about how it has to be in written consent. And so these temporary measures that Senator Kubiar was just referencing in subsection B would also make it that they couldn't get moved out of the class. They couldn't try to rearrange bus schedules. There would be nothing that you could do against your attacker if you were in this position. And so that's what we're opposing. We're opposing that it shuts everything down. That's what this confidentiality is going against. Is it saying no longer can the university take measures to protect the victim? It's saying not only that if the victim doesn't want this person to go necessarily to the law instead of a mediation hearing or something more reasonable, that there's nothing they can do to get away from that person. And I think that that's an outrageous position to put a student in. And with that, I yield the floor.
Floor has been yielded to. I'll recognize myself for debate against second. Well, howdy, Senate. The reason that I have a problem with this bill is because it offers no solution. It simply says we are against a bill which requires the university to contact the police when there's an accusation of sexual assault. Our university is not capable of handling sexual assault cases. Just last week, there was a news article where Texas A&M has suspended a PhD student for 7 months because for a classic case of he said, she said, where our disciplinary panel was completely out of line to suspend the student. And it is now being investigated by federal prosecutors. We have a broken system here, and the reason that I am down here debating against is not that I support the bill, which clearly has no support in Congress and is not going to pass, and which has had multiple other solutions be proposed for the issue that's completely dead. I want to emphasize that is dead. Is because we need a solution. I don't know, and I was up there, I was trying to think, I don't know if this body has ever come out against something and offer no solution whatsoever, because that is what we have here. There's no solution being offered. It's simply saying we are against the university having to contact police whenever, or it's not saying that, it's saying we're against the bill that requires the university to contact police, and these reforms that are against a bill in Congress. However, there's no solution outlined. And this body, I have faith in this body to come out and bring about innovative solutions. This isn't as cut and dry as it seems. We're opposing a bill that requires the university to follow the processes of the Sixth Amendment to prosecute a sexual assault case. When in fact that's not what we want to do, but that's what it can easily look like. That we need to propose solutions if we're going to oppose things, and that's as simple as this. I don't know if I've ever seen us come out against something and not propose a solution.
With that, the period for debate against is expired. Is there any debate for? The chair will recognize Pro Tem Dean for debate for.
So there's a couple things I want to clarify. First is, while it's unfortunate that grad student has had to go through what he is, that is one case out of the very many that Texas A&M has received that it's come across as that. So if you look at the numbers, even in the criminal justice system, which has due process, there are going to be wrongful convictions. Secondly, on the point of not having a solution and just opposing this, the reason why we're opposing this is because it is a national bill. And there will be solutions later that Jacob and I have both talked about later on this next semester that we plan on bringing out. But can you all imagine how lengthy or how blurred a bill would be if we were not only opposing a certain bill on a national level, but also telling them what we want done, but then also telling A&M what we want them to do about us opposing it, and then what we want A&M to do about us wanting this to be changed this way. So, because of that, if you're confused, that's because it would be confusing to do a solution with the opposition of just one bill at a national level. Secondly, we're not saying that reform isn't necessary. I wholeheartedly believe that there needs to be reform on campus. I don't think that completely taking the rights away from victims is how you answer that. We give stats about how women or men are less likely to go to the police because they feel like they're going to be forced to go to the cops. This is going to hurt our campus because less victims are going to be going to the campus and saying, here's what happened. So while there may not be this due process sense that you feel like the criminal justice system is giving them, they're not going to get any support from the institution. And our job is to protect our constituents. And secondly, or third, I guess, for it's only sexual assault, they deserve due process. HR 3403 is only saying that sexual assault is the important place where those attackers need these certain protections. If I go for a theft, underage drinking, if I go for, we're trying to think about something else, assault, not sexual assault, just normal assault, as long as the sexual part isn't there, then the university can handle it. If you're opposing this because you think it takes away, because you think the current place takes away due process, then offer your own solution as to how our university can give due process for all of the events and not just sexual assault and harassment, because that's treating victims like maybe their lives, where no other effect the victims are treated that way. And with that, I yield the floor.
That the floor has been yielded to, and I'll recognize debate against. Recognizing Speaker Mitchell.
Speaker Mitchell off campus. Guys, I've read the bill. The bill does address assault. It addresses physical violence. Several types. Battery, I believe, is also included. I doubt, and this is why I feel like it was so important to have a committee meeting. I doubt the author's understanding of the bill entirely. And it's, if you ask me, this bill is addressing an extremely important and sensitive issue, and one that I feel very strongly about, and one that is not. We need to get together and we need to talk about this. We need to address the things in the bill. We need to have a committee meeting because I don't know how accurate the things in the bill are. I'm not extremely familiar with Title IX. It says that the bill violates Title IX, and I don't know how that's true. Additionally, in regards to the case in A&M recently, the federal prosecutors almost never take up cases on this issue. It's something that barely ever happens because universities are giving tons and tons of leeway in these cases. They're essentially currently given the ability to be judge, jury, and executioner, given a burden of proof that is more likely than not, rather than beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't think that's right, especially for a state actor that is funded by taxpayer dollars to be able to kick students out of the university, suspend them for one period of time, etc., without going to the police once, without having any DNA evidence, etc. And any other walk of life. If you were assaulted or if you were sexually assaulted, you have to go to the authorities. And that's how it ought to be on a college campus. We're all adults. These are state actors. We're all citizens. We're given the protections under the Second Amendment, or sorry, under the Sixth Amendment. A lot of these people that support this bill don't support the Second Amendment. They're not constitutionalists. And I honestly think we're following by passing a bill 2 months behind such a behind passing bills, and this bill is already dead in Congress, offers no solution. I urge you to vote against it.
That the period for debate against and the period for debate has expired, pending a motion to extend the period of debate. Senator Kubyard, do you have a motion? Please stand and state your motion.
Senator Kubyard, Office of Liberal Arts. I propose to extend the period of debate by 5 minutes.
The motion has been made and duly seconded. All in favor of extending the period of debate by 5 minutes, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the ears of the chair, that motion fails. The period of debate has expired. We will now move into a period of voting. Senator Mitchell, please state your motion.
Speaker Mitchell, on campus, I have a motion to lay this bill on the table.
A motion to lay the bill on the table has been made. Is there a second? There is a second. The motion to lay the bill on the table is debatable and requires a 2/3 to pass. So with that being said, Speaker Mitchell, you're recognized for the motion to lay the bill on the table.
You guys, this bill offers no solution. We are following. Make no mistake about it. We are following by writing this bill. The bill is long gone in Congress. It was addressed by other student governments months ago. It offers no solution, and it can easily come across as Student Senate opposes the Sixth Amendment. They oppose due process, and they oppose having professionals handle cases of assault and sexual assault versus university bureaucrats. And that's as simple as it gets. I trust the police a lot more than I do in our underfunded process we have now, I guess, over in White Creek. But guys, I just have to reiterate this. I don't think I've ever seen a bill that offers no solution. There's no solution offered here. And it disheartens me, it really does, because I've never seen us not offer solutions. We always offer solutions. Whether they're good or bad, we at least offer them. This is simply saying no. Usually what a leader does, they say, no, we should do this, instead of just saying no. And that's what we're doing with this. It honestly disheartens me, and that's why I had to step down to motion to put this on the table, because there's no solution offered. Yes, the current process is bad, and the bill is probably bad, but there are also some good things in the bill, because the current process is extremely flawed, and that's evident by the current investigation Texas A&M is under by federal prosecutors for disenfranchising a student that was accused, and a very low burden of proof was applied to his case. And it is a big deal, because those things don't happen very often. Those prosecutors are giving cases like that all the time. They barely take up any. I believe there are 1,700 such appeals in the United States last year of students saying that they were falsely accused and receiving unfair disciplinary action. But the point is, We need to propose a solution. We're not proposing one. And we're following. I yield my time.
Time has been yielded. The chair will now recognize debate against the motion to kill the bill indefinitely, starting with, Senator Dupont.
Senator Gibbock, College of Arts. Howdy, y'all. First, on the issue of following, I don't believe I should have to bring this up, but I am. I'm going to take a fact. The State Campus Act was brought to my attention by a friend of mine. He didn't really know much about it, so he came to me and said, hey, this is the thing on the State Campus Act, read about it, let me know what you think. I looked it up, I said, wow, this is terrible, and I went straight to Aubrey and said, let's write a bill about this, let's try to stop this. At that point in time, I did not even know that other colleges had been talking about it. Aubrey and I started this, and I know that when I went to her, I didn't even know that it was going on in other colleges. This has nothing to do with following. This has to do with doing the right thing. As far as offering a solution, if we as a body want to come together to offer a solution, which would be a great idea, I would love to do that. That is an issue that we need to discuss separately. Another bill, we can focus all our energy on that. Just like we're trying to focus all our energy on first making sure that HR 343 is dead in the water. That is my time to present.
This time, the chair will hold debate, given the motions that are recognized, and offer the speaker a chance to clarify his motion, whether it was a motion to lay the question on the table or to postpone the question indefinitely.
Speaker Mitchell, off campus, the motion was to lay the bill on the table.
In that case, debate is out of order, and we'll move into a period of voting. The motion will require a 2/3 vote to lay the bill on the table. All those in favor of laying the bill on the table, which is to postpone it temporarily, please say aye.
We have information.
Yes, please.
Person being off campus, if you lay this on the table, will it die or Christmas break?
Yes, so what will happen to the bill will be that it will expire between semesters and it will have to be reintroduced. Are there any other points? Seeing none, we'll move into a period of voting. All in favor of laying the question on the table, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. In the ears of the chair, that does not pass. We will move into a period of voting on the bill. SB 60. Yes.
Person being off campus, I move for a roll call vote.
The motion has been made for a roll call vote. This requires a 1/6 second. In the eyes of the chairs, that second has been received. We'll move into a period of a roll call vote.
With personal preference,
Yes. Please take the point.
if someone who's not debated for either side, please take the vote.
In the rules, there is no preclusion to someone who's debated taking the vote. However, if someone were to take the vote who's not debated, it would have to be a special appointee nominated by the body and approved by a 2/3 vote. So just listen to the point. Actually, we're going to recognize Senator Hutton.
Oh, point of information,
Yes,
Senator Hutton, on-campus caucus. What method would you like us to nominate said appointee to take the vote?
The proper method would be to raise your placard and say, I move that we appoint a special appointee to record the roll call vote, and then we would move into a period of nomination for that. Pro Tem Dean, you're recognized.
Point of information is the pro tem's job to take the roll call vote.
That is one of the jobs outlined in normal circumstances, correct? We'll recognize the speaker.
Speaker Mitchell, off campus. Point of information, did you not take the roll call vote of a vote where you debated against last meeting? Additionally, is it not out of line for a bill author to take the roll call vote on a bill? And additionally, is the meeting and the record of the vote not recorded on the live stream?
Okay, we're not going to have any more points on the roll call vote. Yes, last week I recorded a vote on a bill I debated against. Yes, the entirety of the meeting is recorded for posterity and for comparison against the recorded vote. I don't believe it's out of line for an author of the bill to take the vote. I believe we're all acting to integrity. And with that, we'll recognize Senator Hutton.
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus. I motion that we move into a period to nominate a special representative to take said roll call vote in accordance with what Chair Sonka asserted earlier.
A motion has been made to appoint a special member to oversee the roll call vote. Is there a second? Seeing none, the motion fails. We'll now move into a period of voting for or against SB 6823, sexual assault. Yes. So just for clarity, this is on the passage of the bill itself.
Right now. Speaker Mitchell.
Speaker Mitchell does not vote. That is not true. That bill is still in the Rules and Regulations Committee. They proceed with the roll call vote.
Chair Sonka.
Against.
Myself, 4. Chair Page.
Against.
Chair Henderson.
4.
Chair Springer.
Yes.
Chair Carlson.
4.
Chair Hood. Chair Hood. Chair Bosworth.
4.
Gordon.
4.
Zhang. Zhang. Allen.
Against.
Ives. Ives. 4. Or Walker.
Against.
Read again. Roach. Against. Renfro. Smith. 4. Chapman. Stavoren.
Against.
Lander.
4.
Rose.
4.
Balthazar. Against. De Leon.
Against.
Hendricks.
Against.
Hess.
Against.
Lambert.
4.
Turpin. Flowers. Flowers. Gillian. 4. Cook.
Against.
Sweet.
Against.
Patel. Patel. Habib. Habib. Blair.
Against.
Abidat. Abidat. Kubiar. 4. Kublak.
4.
Luce. Schaller. Day. 4. Flavin.
4.
Roseanne.
Against.
Clark.
4.
Hubble. Nally. Price.
Abstain.
Rios.
Against.
Blackman.
Against.
Bonin.
4.
Brennan. Chen.
4.
Cuevas. Emmons.
Against.
Finney.
Against.
Giles.
4.
Gill. 4. Hemphill. Hutton.
4.
Cruz. Langston. Loving. McNair.
Yes.
McDonald. 4. Mendoza. Bertha.
Against.
Peel.
4.
Ralph. Rusty. Simpson.
4.
Statham. Strother.
Abstain.
Turner.
Abstain.
By a vote of 25, 22, with 23 abstentions, the bill passes.
With that, we will now move into a period of old business again, starting with the, I think it's Chase Judge. Come down here and help me out. Forever thankful. Sorry. Give 10 minutes, starting now.
Well, howdy, Senate. I have a bill that offers a solution to an issue. I don't know if we want to stand by for this one. So I have a bill that offers a solution to an issue. We have a problem, and that is that the Kyle Field Plaza, which is a concrete and brick space that requires no facilities, maintenance costs whatsoever, is charging, the Kyle Field is charging student organizations such as Aggie Mustard Barbecue $800 to use a piece of sidewalk. And I thought maybe I'll just write a bill saying that that's bad. But then I realized that maybe it would be good to address the issue. So we had several suggestions made by this bill. The first is that they allow students to use a free and open space that requires no costs or anything of the sort for free. The reason that they had to charge people is because the PwC audit got on them for not charging people to use the free and open space. I've been approached by our Director of Student Activities, as well as the Mustard Chair, Josiah Bizet, who could not be here today. But he asked me to write this bill. He wants student government to go to the athletics department and lobby them to allow students to use the space for free. Of course, granted that there are no athletic events going on or any other ways that the athletic department is using that area for monetary gain and for their business purposes, our business. Additionally, the bill requests that the plaza be reserved every April 21st for mustard. So I thought it was very appropriate to write a bill that addressed a problem and gave a solution, because I think that's important in all legislation. So without further ado, it is being sent to President Young, Chancellor Sharp, the Board of Regents, who have been involved in similar cases of athletics charging organizations exorbitant fees. The Office of the President covers Mustard Committee's use of Reed Arena, which is $30-something thousand. Additionally, Chancellor Sharp and the Board of Regents have been involved in securing a significant price discount for Breakaway to use Reed Arena on Tuesday night. So I thought it would be a great solution to have them have this bill. Additionally, Eric Hyman is our Director of Athletics. Jeff Toole is the CFO. Kevin Hurley is the guy that's actually in charge of running the thing out. So without further ado, I get questions.
Time is yielded. We will now open a period of question answering. If you have any questions, start now. Senator Scheller.
Senator Scheller on campus, have you asked the event if they would also like to have this reserved, seeing as they were using it as a location for the coming year?
Yes, no, I have not. ask them. However, it does allow the land use allows the plaza to be requested to be reserved. However, and forgive me if I'm wrong, big event, the day of big event changes from year to year because it has to be on Saturday. So easy language such as, you know, that it be reserved every April 21st, can't be used, and it kind of gets sticky when you start talking about, you know, big event has any day of the year they can pick and things like that. I'm sure big event will be accommodated. I'm sure it'll be a priority of the athletics department to accommodate them. And additionally, I forgot to mention some of the organizations because I got so off on that solution tangent. But Muster Committee uses the plaza, as well as Big Event is slated to use it. Kappa Sig just used it. They had to pay $800 to set up a Brothers Against Distracted Driving exhibit, which is just, it's a nice program, and it's ridiculous that they have to use money they could otherwise spend on promotional items, etc. Pay for that. Additionally, the Ross Volunteers are doing like a 15-minute drill on the plaza, and they have to pay $800. It's dumb, and I think it's appropriate for student government to go to the athletic department and take care of it. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? Seeing none, we will now close the period of Q&A, and we will open the period of debate, starting with recognizing the debate against. We have the debate against. It now be ruled one-sided. We will now move into the period of voting on the Kyle Plaza Free Use Bill. All in favor of passing this bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? And with that, the Kyle Plaza Free Use Bill passes unanimously.
Now move to a period of presentation for SB 6830, the Course Drug Rules Compliance Bill. If the authors can please come forward, you'll have 10 minutes beginning at howdy.
Howdy, Eggs.
Howdy.
I'll start by saying this is, I can't take credit for this bill. I didn't find it. I just helped write it a bit. But in lieu of the actual author not being here, basically it's pretty clear cut. So according to the Texas A&M student rules, Part 1, Section 1, Subsection 17, Part 2, a student may drop a course with no record during the first 12 class days of a fall or spring semester, and during the first 4 class days of a summer term or 10-week summer semester. So according to the student rules, we have 12 days without record, without permission, additional permissions granted, without any of the bureaucracy to drop a class. Well, according to the university academic calendar, we have 5 days. And to the best of my knowledge, according to the course registration system, we also have 5 days. So I'm sensing a bit of discontinuity there. So all this bill calls for, it's not trying to change any rules, it's not trying to change anything. It's just saying you have rules that the university, the faculty senate wrote, the university, wrote, please follow them. We're just asking the students get their 12 days as written, and if the university would like to revise the rules to match what they're doing, well, that's their prerogative. But as of now, and as they stand, we have 12 days to drop a course. So it should be noted in the university academic calendar that not 5 days, but 12 days students have to drop a course, and likewise in the course registration system. Again, I believe this is pretty straightforward, and I yield to questions at this point.
Go to questions for the presenter. Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move into a period of debate. Is there any debate against the bill? Seeing none, debate is deemed one-sided. We'll now move to a period of voting. All in favor of SB 6830, the Course Drug Rules Compliance Bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passes unanimously. We'll now move into a period of SB 6825, the off-campus crosswalk bill. If the bill authors could please come forward. We'll have 10 minutes beginning at half.
Hi, Senate. Morgan Moore, Mason School Market. I don't know what to say. The off-campus crosswalk bill, pretty much just trying to pass a bill to get transportation services to research options to put up crosswalks at off-campus bus stops with yield signs, flashing yield signs.
So our idea here is that we don't want, again, a tuition or fee increase. So we want them to research into it and see how down the line they can allocate finances to make this happen. We understand there's probably not gonna happen this year, maybe not even next year, but we want them to start setting aside those funds, research into how much it's gonna cost and make it happen. Our very own Wayne spoke to the city council today, and they're very much in favor of this. They like the idea of protecting our students as much as possible. And as a senator that served on TSAC last year with Mr. Peter Lang, I know that Mr. Peter Lang will do everything he can to research into this, and he himself is very against the UAF, so he'll probably be against tuition or fee increase. So, any questions?
Any questions for the presenters?
They're liberal arts. Does the yield signs mean that people can cross the street without looking both ways before they cross?
A yield is for a car, so I don't.
No, for pedestrians, like, permission to follow up. So, I drive down the street usually, and there's those yield signs by the Kenese, building. They just walk across the street and they don't work. So it's kind of rough on me as a driver sometimes. They just walk across the street.
And that's why you need.
Yeah. The crosswalk and the yield are there, so the student has the right of way. So if the student's crossing the street, then yes, the car has to
You have
stop.
to pay attention.
I mean, a smart student would look both ways in the first place, but I look both ways before I cross, but usually if students don't, they still have the right of ways with crosswalks. Yeah. So that's.
We're not going to do Church Springs.
Church Springer legislative affairs, Commissioner Prentice.
Yes, sir.
Just this morning, I was driving into the morning sun and unexpectedly almost heard an individual who drove pizza. He had headphones on, I couldn't see him. So what I could have seen was a stop sign on the side of the road, flashing light. Have you thought any about doing that rather than crosswalks because they're mobile and you don't have to pay when bus routes change? Like high school buses?
Yeah, so unfortunately, because of the way that the committee processes worked, and just like we weren't able to figure out, like the polls wasn't open, things like that, we weren't able to attend the committee meeting. And Chair Carlson and the other senators reached out to me and did the best they could to communicate. All between them, that was great on their part. Unfortunately, they were against the stop signs because they thought it would create traffic congestion. I understand that. I wasn't there to debate against it. As much as I would like the stop signs, I think the yield signs and crosswalk is great too, and they were the ones that brought up the yield sign, which is also, it's good. So, I mean, I understand the issue.
Another thing with the stop signs, that only gives students the time to cross at that point, the time when the bus is stopped. With the crosswalks and the yield signs, that gives students 24/7 access to walk across the street. So, yeah.
Are there any other questions for the presenters? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move into a period of debate. Is there any debate against the bill? Seeing none, yes, Senator Blair.
I have an amendment, Senator Blair.
Yes, sir. Please briefly state your amendment.
To put in where they have the yield card sign, could they also have a sign that says look both ways before you cross? Because it seems to be not being.
Are you ruling your amendment dilatory? We're getting on with our lives. Seeing none, debate is one-sided. We'll now move to the vote. All in favor of approving SB 6825 off-campus crosswalk bill, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. We'll now move to SB 6821, the campus improvement bill. If the authors could please come forward. Select.
Okay. I withdraw my motion.
Withdrawn. No will not be considered. We'll now move to a period of open session. Does anyone have any items? Yes, sir.
Sure, so I'm going with the regulations, I have a resolution for open session.
Yes, sir. Is that, please state the purpose of the resolution.
It is an Uber regulations conversation.
Is this motion seconded? Motion has been duly seconded. You may bring your resolution forward and you'll have 10 seconds.
Hi, Senate. This is a resolution to talk about Uber. Essentially, the city council has put up some regulations to regulate how Uber operates within the Bryan College Station community. This resolution says that Texas A&M student body through the student senate supports how College Station has regulated Uber. I'm going to go over that very briefly. And what I want at the end of this is to have a roll call vote and for me to be able to take those numbers back to the College Station City Council. I don't care if you support it or if you don't support it. I would just like to be able to take those numbers back and tell them whether or not you support it or you don't support it. The regulations that they put on Uber focused on regulating Uber as a corporate entity, not the individual drivers. Uber was involved throughout this entire process. The regional president was here during the council meeting. They were involved the entire time. The taxi cab drivers were involved the entire time. I can say objectively the city has been open backwards to involve all parties, and Uber is going to stay in College Station if these regulations pass. Uber will not leave College Station. That will not affect their presence here. I've been assured by that in email form from Uber corporate. I have that email form. They will not leave. What these regulations will essentially enable Uber to do is to get Uber is going to send the information to drivers to the city of College Station, so the city of College Station can double check what Uber is doing, making sure that we don't have anyone who's convicted of any crimes, who's been doing anything illegal, driving in an Uber car. This is simply a safety net to make sure that students are safer. Uber will turn this information over to College Station. College Station will not release this information about drivers. Students who drive for Uber are not going to be affected. They're not going to have to purchase any additional insurance. The rates aren't going to go up. The only thing that this codifies is Uber is not allowed to hail people. So they can't stop at a certain point and tell people like a cab, like, hey, come get my car for this price. They have to continue driving, or they can park and be on there, checking to see if anyone has hailed them. But they cannot actively pursue riders like taxi cab drivers can. So again, essentially this is aimed at Uber, the corporation. Uber is fine with this. They are going to comply with what College Station's asked them to do, and they are not going to leave. But if you have any questions about this or want any clarifications, I can answer that. If not, we can vote. I can take this to City Council next Thursday, and they will vote to pass this resolution, pass their regulations. The City of Bryan will be doing the same thing, same legislation on December 15th.
So just to reiterate a few points, I don't care how you vote. I just ask that you second the roll call vote. City Council has come and spoken this before, but they've never asked for our numerical opinion broken down like that. And so I think this is a good opportunity to give them what they want and to encourage them to reach out to us for what our opinion is in the future. So please second the roll call vote and be okay with it. The City Council is asking for it. Yes. With that,
I just want to reiterate briefly about this. College Station City Council allowed me to get up and speak. I spoke right after the Uber president during these deliberations. They want to hear what Senate has to say. They specifically asked that. I got to speak. They asked me to speak. They do care, and so voting on this is really great. It shows a great effort on the part of the students to give their opinion.
With that, we're open for questions.
We will now begin questions. Begin with President Dean.
Perfect Dean, Ms. Commissioner Pettis.
Yes, ma'am.
We passed a very similar resolution at the beginning of the year, 6802. What happened with that?
I conveyed to the city council that that was passed, but that was preemptively done before. I think the concern with that resolution, if I'm not mistaken, is that if college takes a regulated Uber, they would leave or would reduce service, place barriers in front of students to secure Uber service. We have found out through talking with Uber that's not the case. So this is a resolution that's worded differently, but it's based on the findings after those regulations have been handed down to communication. Again, if you have an issue with regulating Uber, if you're just opposed to that, that's fine. I can tell you, again, it's not going to affect whether or not they're here, but if you are opposed to that, vote against it. I'm not telling you which way or whatever to vote. The city has been on the backwards to comply with it. I'm not going to cheers for you.
Sure, legislators. I have a quick two-part question, and it's regarding, does the city of College Station require taxi drivers to acquire taxi medallions, and if so, do they plan on following suit of the national trend to force Uber drivers to purchase taxi medallions?
I'm not sure if it is a specific medallion. I know what you're talking about, but they do regulate taxi cab drivers way more heavily than they do Uber drivers. This legislation was brought on by taxi drivers being really upset. They were angry taxi drivers at this meeting, and they're pushing to get this passed, but even they're not happy with how far it goes. From my conversations with the city, they have no plans to extend this any further than what it is. This is modeled after the city of San Marcos Uber ordinance, and is directly designed to not be like San Antonio, not be like Austin, not be like Houston, combative with Uber. This is designed to be proactive and allow them to operate freely, so I don't think they will move in that direction.
Thank you.
When I go to Chair Carlson. Yes.
Chair Carlson, student services, I kind of mentioned, just to clarify, will this regulation have any effect on these various riders, calling Uber, getting Uber, pricing?
From my conversations with Uber, this will not affect service at all. The only thing I can see is it making it safer in emergency situations where if an Uber driver is reported, the city will have that information of those drivers so they can pursue whatever investigation they need to. That's the only thing I see is that it could make it safer. I don't see any way from my conversations with Uber of this affecting service.
When I go to Senator Scholar.
Senator Scholar off campus. Would a unanimous voice vote serve the same purpose as a roll call vote? And
if there's no one who objects to it, a unanimous vote would be the same guy. I didn't know if there would be any objection, but it's not.
All right, are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move into a period of debate. Is there any debate against the resolution? Seeing none, debate is deemed one-sided. We'll now move into a period of debate. The chair would entertain a motion for a roll call vote. Yes, Chair.
I have a motion for a roll call vote. Chair Thompson.
A roll call vote has been voted for, which requires a 1/6 second. And with 19 seconds, that passes since we have less than 100 senators. So we'll now move to a roll call vote. Led by President.
Myself, 4, Chair Salka.
Yes.
Chair Gage.
4.
Chair Henderson.
4.
Chair Springer.
4.
Chair Carlson.
4.
Chair Hood. Chair Bosworth.
4.
Gordon. Zhang. Allen.
You got it.
Ives. Walker.
4.
Roach.
4, sorry.
Renfro.
4.
Smith. 4. Chapman.
4.
Short,
Four.
Lander,
Four.
Rose,
Four.
Alstar, 4, De Leon,
4.
Hendricks, Hess,
4.
Lambert,
4.
Turpin, 4, Flowers, Gillen,
4,
Cook,
4.
Sweet,
4.
Patel, Habib, Blair,
4.
Abidat, Kubiar,
4,
Kublak,
4.
Luce, Shallard, Day, Glavin,
4.
Roseanne,
4.
Clark,
4.
Humble, Nally, Price,
4.
Rios,
Yes.
Blackman,
4.
Bonnet,
4.
Brennan, Chen,
4.
Cuevas, Emmons,
4.
Benny,
4.
Giles,
4.
Gill, Enfield, Hutton,
4,
Cruz, Langston, Loving, McNair,
4.
McDonald, Mendoza, Bertha,
4.
Hill, Rao, Rusty, Simpson,
4.
Statham, Strother,
Pass.
Turner.
4.
By a vote of 43 to 3, 44 to 3, that passes.
Church on rules and regulations, this is not a vote to pass or turn to at the end of the roll call vote for a vote.
Yes. Senator Strasser. Did you go back and say pass? 45 to 3. 44. By 44 to 3, that resolution passes. Are there any motions? Yes, Senator Murphy.
Senator Murtha on campus, I move a vote of no confidence.
Yes, sir, on
Chair Henderson.
Chair Henderson. Vote of no confidence has been moved on Chair Henderson, which requires a 1/4 second. Are there any seconds for this motion? All right, thank you very much. That does not have the required seconds to proceed with a vote of confidence. 9 to 48. 9 out of 48, I should say. So, are there any other motions? Seeing none. Senator Hutton.
Point of information. For the purposes of the body, what is a vote of no confidence?
Very good. So a vote of no confidence is a procedure that the body has of removing a member of the opposite team. It will remove them from their chairmanship or chairwomanship, but not their not their position as a senator. You're required to take 1/4 second. There are procedures outlined in the bylaws. Once that motion has been made and seconded, and that is the synopsis of a vote of confidence. With that, are there any other motions? Seeing none, your open session is closed. You have a motion, sir.
I move to reconsider the
Motion to reconsider SB 6828. I said,
Point of order, Chief.
yes, sir.
Here's on rules and regulations, just make the motion voted against, and therefore cannot move to reconsider.
Did you vote for the prevailing side of the motion? You may only reconsider if you voted for the prevailing side of the motion. So that motion is withdrawn. Are there any other motions or points before we go to open session? Seeing none, open session is closed. We'll now move to a period of committee reports, beginning with Chair Spring.
First, for the meeting tonight, guys. Good job, make stuff come through, so it's efficient. There will be no committee meeting for LA between now and, the return of January 20th, because all bills will be, done and dusted in committee. So with that, I'll take any questions and your.
Are there any questions for Chair Spring? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move to Chair Henderson.
Henderson, CR, well, second of all, no meeting because we don't have a legislation because it's great. And third of all, I guess.
Any questions for Chair Henderson? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go to Chair Bosworth.
Chair Bosworth, CA, thanks for all that showed up to your tailing hours, that didn't exist. It's fine. I do have, the tabling hours for next week, if anyone really wants to try to remove anything, but no one, signs up for it. I'm just gonna cancel tabling hours next week. Like I said, that's fully optional. If you guys want to try to remove some absences, that's fine. Just email me, and I'm going to send it anyway. I recommend doing it because finals and I'm scrambled for my grades. Just a little bit on one of my community reports because I'm required to. Looking at obviously the ag input boxes, I'm required by the end of each session to talk about what I have gotten from the ag input boxes. Mostly it's just some interesting notes of, oh, good job, or some profanity and things like that, which I humbly threw away. There has been some, there is a couple of notes or a couple of suggestions from our constituents that have raised some issues with the Kane Hall of student services, whether it is with health services or any other services moving along. I know that many of the GXC have done their best job to either try to inform the student body population or things like that. And we've been trying our best diligently to work with, the university administration to work with that. The only other thing that sort of raised my eyebrows was kind of just, food sucks in Chartwells. It is a complaint from a constituent, but there has been some talk of trying to reduce the rollover of meal plans of dining dollars from only $100 from this semester into the next one. A couple of constituents have come up and said they're not happy about that. So primarily just the two things from constituents have been complaining about Kane Hall and just Chartwell overall just not doing a great job. So those are the two main concerns, and me and Audrey are working on getting a tablecloth. So we hope to have it next semester. But right now, it's expensive. I'm trying to find the cheapest, but also the best. Other than that, I hope you questions.
Any questions for Chair Bob? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go to Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. Seeing as though we have very limited legislation in Academic Affairs, we're going to have our committee meeting on December 25th at 5 p.m. Bring great ideas. That's a joke, no committee meeting. Hope you guys all had a great holiday season in that and come refresh with great ideas for the semester.
semester. And with that, I'll have questions.
Are there any questions for Chair Page? Seeing none. Can I go to Chair Carlos?
For student services, just kind of, I said, response to one of the things that Chair Boswell just mentioned. Yeah, we have Senate, Student Senate, and city government as a whole does have a history of not having the best relationship with Chartwells. I guess cities in general. They've actually done a great job this year, or a better job this year, working with us. Myself and a representative from Res Life, who obviously dining is very important to them, did approach them and asked them to kind of let us know what the dining plan is for next year, because it is going to change. Those of us that have been here for 4 years know that it changes pretty much every year. One thing they're considering is reverting back to getting rid of meal trays and just going back to straight dining dollars. So they have a couple options they're considering. We wanted them to get to us at our last meeting, which was middle of November. After this semester, they did not have us the plan to us yet then. So we're hoping that by the first meeting, and I think either in January or February, they'll have a new meal plan structure. And as soon as I have that information, though, I will bring it to y'all. But definitely appreciate the concerns you guys are hearing from constituents. Send them my way, and I will try to voice those to Chartwells. Other than that, have a wonderful holiday break, and I will see you guys on our meetings. So I'll see you guys in the next General Assembly.
Are there any questions for Chair Carlson? Seeing none, thank you very much. Yes, Chair Bob.
Consider Student Bill 6828.
Motion, sorry, say that again.
I have a motion to, Chair Bob, CA. I have a motion to reconsider for Student Bill 6828.
Okay, that motion has been made and seconded. You voted for the bill, correct? So that is a favorable motion requiring a majority vote. And we'll begin for debate against such a reconsideration. Senator Rose.
Senator Rose, Court, Ed Hawkins. It wasn't pretty last time. There was a lot of things said that were ridiculous and wrong, but in the end, we made the right decision. We didn't let fears of not supporting the Second Amendment scare us. I do with a disclaimer. We made the right decision. We made a decision that will help survivors, that will help sexual assault reform that needs to be done. Reconsidering this motion is ridiculous and it's wrong. I yield to Representative.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but who is in the Senate body and who is not fluctuates sometimes, depending on if you get sick during the meeting or anything else. And it was already happened. If they weren't here, they weren't here. There shouldn't be a motion to reconsider. We got Syracuse, vote happened. I don't see a reason for a motion to reconsider. They had 2 weeks to decide their vote. It said legislation for 2 weeks, and if there was a problem with how they were going to vote or they didn't know how they wanted to vote, then they should have abstained. And with that, I yield my time to the floor.
What I yield to, I'll recognize myself for debate for. Well, how do you say it? I voiced my concerns on the bill, and I think that you all know why I think I would like to have the body reconsider this vote. And there are several reasons why. First of all, we have several senators abstaining. You are elected to vote. You are elected to come here and make complex decisions. It is. I do not support abstaining on anything unless there's a conflict of interest in your voting, and I don't think there is any such conflict of interest in this body. Additionally, I believe that Chair Bosworth has every right to make this motion because it looks like he wanted to change his vote. And I've got news for you: if he changed his vote and we had the exact same vote as before, then the bill would have failed because it would have been 24 to 23, and I could have used my vote to then make the tie at 24 to 24, and the bill will not have passed. So there's every right of Chair Bosworth to make this motion. It is completely legitimate, and we had a number of senators abstain. So why don't we come up here and actually vote on something and decide whether you want your student senate to have a bill that does not offer any solution, or if you want to go after a bill that in the House that can easily misconstrue our members. And with that, I motion to previous question.
The previous question has been moved and duly seconded.
Point of information.
Point of information, yes.
Point of information, Senator Hutton off campus. Will this reopen the period of debate on Senate Bill 6828?
Will what?
Will our moving to bring 6828 back onto the, will this reconsideration reopen the period of debate for Senate Bill 6828?
No, we will move into a period of voting on the bill itself if this motion were to pass. Are there any other motions? That being said, we are in a period of voting on the motion, on previous question on the motion to reconsider. So a vote aye on this will say we don't want to debate on the motion anymore. We want to go ahead and vote on the motion. It is not voting on the motion itself. That being said, if you would like to stop debating and go ahead and vote on the motion, please say aye. Aye. If you're opposed, please say nay. Nay. Here's the chair. The ayes have it. We will now vote on the motion to reconsider.
Senator Hutton off campus caucus.
Yes.
I call for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote has been called. If there is a 1/6 second, we will do a roll call vote on the motion to reconsider.
Point of information.
There's a point of order raised, or we recognize the speaker. You're last.
Speaker Mitchell off campus, the senator is out of order for continually speaking without being recognized and calling points, etc. To herself.
It's true. The chair would like to remind the body, please wait until you're recognized to state your name and caucus and then proceed with your business. Senator Hutton is out of order. Pending an additional, new motion to move a roll call vote, we will move into pure voting. We will recognize Senator Riojas for a point. Senator Riojas, please stand, state your point.
Senator Riojas on campus. Point of information, are we doing a roll call vote for actually deciding whether or not we pass or fail the bill, or whether or not we pass the motion?
Yeah. So the main motion that's on the table now is whether or not we reconsider the bill, in which case we move into pure voting on the bill again.
Thank you.
And we'll now recognize the speaker. Speaker withdraws recognition. Senator Kubiar, do you have a point?
Yes.
You stand and say your point.
Senator Kubiar, the Rojas Caucus, I move to make this a roll call vote.
Okay, the motion has been made to make this a roll call vote on the reconsideration of SB 6828, pending a 1/6 second. As the chair, the 1/6 second has been attained. We'll move into a roll call vote on the reconsideration of SB 6828. Chair would like to remind the body this is a vote on the motion to reconsider, not on whether or not to pass the bill. With that, please proceed with the roll call vote, Ms. President. Senator Sabor, do you have a point?
Point of personal preference. So is there any way that we can denote a difference between abstaining and not being present?
Yes. In the past, I have done so. While not specifically addressing the code, it's not totally a departure from reasonable expectations, and it is so ordered. Any other points? Senator Blair, do you have a motion, a point?
Yeah. Senator Blair, point. So this is we're voting on the fact that it's either we're going to vote on it again or not.
Exactly. So the bill is not being voted on now. There's a motion that the Chair Bosworth made to bring the bill back on the floor and vote on it again. That is what we're voting on, whether or not we want to do that. Senator Riojas, you have a point.
Senator Riojas on campus. Point of information. I feel it's a little bit redundant to do a roll call vote on whether or not we're going to hear it when we're obviously going to do a roll call vote on whether or not we're
Senator
actually.
Rivas, unfortunately, your feelings are notwithstanding, the motion has been duly seconded. Senator Turner.
Senator Turner, off campus, point of information. Will we vote on this bill directly after?
Exactly. For this motion to pass, we move immediately into a period of voting on the bill.
Thank you.
With that, seeing no other points, the roll call vote is ordered to proceed.
Myself, against. Chair Sonka,
Four.
Chair Page,
Four.
Chair Henderson,
Against.
Chair Springer,
Four.
Chair Carlson, Chair Hood, Bosworth,
Four.
Gordon, Zhang, Allen,
Four.
Ives, Walker, Roach, Renfro,
Four.
Smith, Chapman, DeBoer,
Four.
Lander,
Again.
Rose,
Yes.
Balthazar, De Leon,
Four.
Hendricks,
Four.
Hess,
Four.
Lambert,
Four.
Turpin, Flowers, Gillian,
Against.
Cook,
Four.
Sweet,
Yes.
Patel,
Four.
Habib, Blair,
Four.
Abidat, Kubiar, against. Kupak,
Against.
Luce, Schaller, Day, Glavin,
Yes.
Roseanne,
Against.
Clark,
Against.
Humble, Price,
Four.
Rios,
Four.
Blackman,
Four.
Onan,
Against.
Brennan, Chin,
Against.
Cuevas, Emmons,
Four.
Denny,
Four.
Giles,
Against.
Gill, Hemphill, Hutton,
Against.
Cruz, Langston, Loving, McNair,
Four.
McDonald, Mendoza,
Against.
Bertha,
Four.
Hill, Rao, Rissy, Simpson,
Against.
Statham, Strauzer,
Four.
Turner.
Four.
By a vote of 27 to 21, the motion passes. 68-28 will be reconsidered immediately. We'll now move into a period of voting. Senator Hutton, you're recognized. You have a point.
Senator Hutton, off-campus caucus, point of information.
Please state your point.
Is there a way to reopen the period of debate on Senate Bill 6828 procedurally?
I'll refer that to last year's rule of regulation. I think it's in order. Yes, that's ruled in order. Senator Sabori, do you have a point?
If we're going to roll call vote, the point of personal preference, it should be do a roll call vote after if it's denoted between.
And it is so ordered. Senator, or Chair Page.
Chair Page, Academic Affairs. I rise to a question of privilege. I would prefer not to.
Okay, it is so noted. Chair Page would prefer not to. Seeing no other motions,
Senator Rose Corcoran Caucus, I want to reopen the period of debate for this budget.
the period of debate has been moved. It will require a second and a 2/3 vote to reopen the period of debate. It has been seconded. We'll now move into a period of voting on whether or not to reopen the period of debate on 6828.
Commissioner off campus, the motion is out of order because there's no specified time to which debate would be reopened.
That is correct. Debate cannot be reopened indefinitely. You are out of order. Senator Hutton, you're recognized.
Senator Hudson, off-campus caucus, I motion to reopen the period of question, or period of debate on Senate Bill 6828 for 5 minutes.
Motion has been made and duly seconded. We'll now move to period of voting on whether or not to reopen the period of debate on 6828. All in favor of reopening the period of debate, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. That it requires a 2/3 vote, the chair calls its own division. Please rise if you are for reopening the period of debate on 6828. Please be seated. Please rise to be counted if you are against reopening the period of debate. A vote of 26 to 19, the vote fails to reopen the period of debate. We will now move into a period of voting on 6828. Speaker Mitchell. Motion has been made for a roll call vote. Pending a 1/6 second, we will vote a roll call vote on the bill. The second has been received, and we'll move into a period of a roll call vote on 6828. The chair would like to remind the pro temp that we will be reporting a distinction between nothing said and abstentions. Please proceed with the roll call vote.
Myself, for Chair Spanka,
Against.
Chair Page,
Against.
Chair Henderson, Chair Springer,
Yes.
Chair Carlson, Chair Hood, Chair Bosworth,
Pass.
Gordon, Sang, Allen,
Against.
Ives, Walker,
Against.
Roach,
Against.
Renfro,
Yes.
Smith, Chapman,
Four.
Stewart,
Against.
Lander,
4.
Rose,
4.
Balthazar, De Leon,
Yes.
Hendricks, Hess,
Yes.
Lambert,
4.
Turpin, against, Flowers, Gillen,
4.
Cook,
Pass.
Sweet,
4.
Patel,
Yes.
Habib, Blair,
4.
Abidat, Kubiar, Kublat,
4.
Luce, Schaller, Dave, Lavin,
4.
Roseanne,
Pass.
Clark,
4.
Humble, Price,
Against.
Rios,
Against.
Blackman, Bonin,
4.
Brennan, Chin,
4.
Cuevas, Evans,
Pass.
Finney,
Yes.
Giles,
4.
Hill, 4. Hemphill, Hutton, 4. Cruz, Langston, Loving, McNair,
Yes.
McDonald, Mendoza,
Against.
Murtha,
Yes.
Hill, Rao, Rusey, Simpson,
4.
Statham, Strother,
I'll pass.
Turner,
Look up, pass.
going back, Chair Bosworth.
No. It's out of order. Please vote one way or the other or abstain.
Cook,
4.
Roseanne,
Against.
Evans,
Against.
Strother, Strother,
I'll vote 4.
Turner,
Abstain.
With 25 for, 23 against, and 1 abstention, the bill passes.
Now move back into committee reports, beginning with Chair Sonka.
Chair Sonka, rules and regulations. Obviously, we will not be meeting as they know legislation. Great job with the recognitions. I know when you get passionate, it's hard to remember all the steps in order, and we had some of that tonight, but much improved over previous weeks. The student rules and regulations, UCOM has not been meeting recently. We had one meeting this past week. Nothing of import really discussed, nothing too controversial. And with that, I hope you all have a great Advent. Take this time to prepare yourselves. Coming your Lord, if you're not religious, then just take some time to reflect on your semester here and remind yourself. With that, I'll open for questions.
Any questions for Chair Sonka? I got President Lee.
Just a few dates I might want to jot down. January 20th is the development day for the semester. It's required for y'all to be there. And then the next week, the 27th, will be the first general meeting. And so IA will be in between the 20th and 27th, that Sunday at 7. Y'all have any questions?
Any questions for the president? Seeing none, we'll now move to executive reports, beginning with SP Benigno.
Howdy. It's an interesting ending to me. I've never seen that before. All right, there really is not too much to report. The semester is winding down on the administration side as well. Some meetings have been kind of canceled to the next semester and things like that. So overall, I kind of like to just give this semester and be able to say that I'm extremely encouraged by SGA as a whole. You as a Senate body, by my cabinet, by everybody that I've seen Senate leadership has worked very hard. I'd say this is I'm a little biased here, but I think this is one of the best and most productive semesters students had. That I've seen here for 4 years now. So thank you all so much for your contribution in that way. Even tonight, there was a controversial bill that was debated, but I don't think it was ever disrespectful. I think for the most part, everybody conducted themselves very well. It really is encouraging to see body behave that way. Overall, really done some great things this semester. I got to kind of give some updates to a group yesterday that I was speaking to. It was really encouraging to think back through a lot of stuff we've done from the current closet to defeating the bill, or defeating the fee increase, to the seal, to there was a few other stuff that some really great things that we've had this semester. And so really looking forward to another productive semester. Spring semester always goes a lot quicker. It's crazy how quick everything gets moving. So really looking forward to hopefully another productive, hopefully more productive semester. So that's all I've got. I'll take the questions.
Any questions for Supervisor President Benito? Senator Giles.
Senator Giles, I know when you start off on a good roll, sort of the state of coldest, what happens for the past month? Or
it's once, no, hold on. It's the first Monday of the month. So we had a little hiccup, and then we produced 2 of the videos, one of them to make up for the one we missed, one of them that was on time for November. The 30th of November fell on Monday, so we have until the 8th to release the video on the first Monday.
Are there any other questions for Supervisor President? Senator Clark.
All right, so I mentioned the preface. Well, before that, Senator Clark on campus residences. Mentioned the preface.
Yes, sir.
All right, I should have asked this when the VP was up here, but after the new position on the community council, whenever is established, will the VP still be in, I guess, still be there?
Are you
community?
Wayne?
Yeah.
Yes, so the intention is that he will serve both in that role. He will remain obviously a member of cabinet there, and then the idea is that he would be the first of a yearly appointment, but he would serve in the role that the legislation is written for. That's the goal.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Supervisor President? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks, Gary.
I'll now refer to Chair Santa Claus to determine whether or not Justice Schubert can give the executive report for J-Court.
Chair Sonic rules and regulations. In light of the court's ruling in 66, so that all shows if I'm gonna have to rule
Very well, we'll now move into well, howdy, Senate. I'm very proud of the way we conducted ourselves this evening. I believe it was a very respectful dialogue. We worked well within Robert's Rules of Order. And in addition, I would like to note that every meeting where we sang the Spirit of Aggieland, we have a pretty orderly meeting. We get through things. We respect each other, and I think that's very important. That being said, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. However, I think it is just important to say that the bill we passed earlier today is, in my opinion, the weakest legislation ever passed by this body that I've ever seen. It does not offer any solution, and I'm honestly a little upset that I'm going to have to sign my name on a bill that does not offer any solution at all.
The chair question is left on her own accord. Please continue, Mr. Speaker.
I don't know what's happening behind me, but I assume it's not good. But anyways, I want to move past that and start looking at the positives. So we've had a great semester, just to mention. We got the seal back on our diplomas. We have started a career closet, which will be up and running January 19th with 200 sets of professional attire, 100 male, 100 female. 50 of the female will be skirts, the other 50 will be pantsuits. And that has all been made possible with $1,100 of student government allocation. So you're very proud of yourselves. You've made wise executive decisions as far as that goes. And we are going to be providing a great service to students beginning January 19th. Hats off to our Vice President of Municipal Affairs, Wayne Beckman, for all of the work he's done, as well as Levi McClenny, our Executive Vice President, and then, of course, Mason Parrish, the chair of the group. So I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy with the progress. I don't know. I don't know of any other one semester in student government where we've gotten so much accomplished. And I'm very proud of the work we've done so far. And it isn't possible without you guys, so thank y'all for coming here every week. Thank y'all for putting in the work, writing bills, and serving students in this room and outside. So with that, I yield my time and I will look at questions. Open questions.
This time we're open for questions. Recognize Senator Emmons.
Senators on campus. In the career closet, will males have access to kilts?
No. Sorry. We don't have any type of cultural, no cowboy hats. We're not buying boots or belt buckles or bow ties. I know, it's absurd, but it's just outside the budget. Sorry.
Turn it over to Senator Day.
Senator Day, Commissioner President.
Permission is granted, President.
Thank you. Based on this report you've given us about how we've done well in Senate meetings, how we passed the legislature and some behaviors not as good, and your comment on respect of other senators. Speaker, I'd like to ask you, where is your respect?
I don't know where that comes from. I mean, I'm sure debate gets heated sometimes, but I don't know if I've ever personally attacked someone or attacked their character. My character was attacked last meeting when I was accused of, when suggesting that we limit new business to 2 business. For 2 minutes, I was accused of silencing senators on a bill completely unrelated. And I don't know who I have. I mean, sure, I get heat sometimes in debate, but I would never say that I have attacked one personally or assaulted their character.
Where's the follow-up?
We'll put you after Hutton. Senator Hutton. Senator Hutton withdraws. Senator Day, you recognize your question.
Senator Day, College of Science, do you consider continuously speaking on a bill, not during debate, not necessarily during a time when speaking your opinion of it is necessary, to the point that a writer of the bill feels the need to leave the room, a sign of respect to your other senators?
The executive report is given, and the subject matter is determined by the person giving the executive report. We've had the judicial court come here and issue their opinions on bills. I issued my opinion on a bill, and somebody was very upset and stormed out of the room. And I'm sorry if that upset her, but I'm simply speaking my mind, speaking my opinion on the bill. I never insulted anyone personally.
Sure. Point of information.
The chair would like to remind the body that the period of question and answer is for materials covered specifically in the executive report. Personal grievances can be addressed outside of this body. With that, we'll recognize Senator Murphy. Do you have a point?
Senator Murphy off campus. Did the speaker personally disrespect the individual that cursed and slammed the door, or did he just say that he was not in favor of a bill?
I am too wise to get in the middle of that. Your rules go. Senator Broach, you're recognized for a question. I mean, a little bit. I mean, I said that I think a piece of legislation is bad, and somebody's the pro tem ran out of the room and cursed, and I never disrespected her personally. I issued I talked about a piece of paper, not about an individual. 2 minutes remaining of your question. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Murphy for the question. Senator Kubiar.
Senator Kubiar, College of the Arts. In the spirit of keeping that atmosphere of respect, I need to end the
Here's the question. Motion to end. Duly seconded. We'll now move to the period of voting on whether or not to end the period question answer. All in favor of ending, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. It is ended. Now moving to hearing of closing roll call, please stay in order as the rules and regulations chair takes details. SVP Benigno, Chief Justice Smith, Speaker Mitchell, Patty, Pro Tem Dean, myself, Chair Page, Chair Henderson, Chair Springer, Chair Carlson, Chair Hood, Chair Bosworth, Senator Gordon, Senator Zane, Senator Allen, Senator Ives, Senator Walker, Senator Broach, Senator Renfro, Senator Smith, Senator Chapman, Senator Stavorek, Senator Lander, Senator Rose, Senator Baltazar, Senator De Leon, Senator Hendricks, Senator Hess, Senator Lambert, Senator Turpin, Senator Flowers,
Howdy.
Senator Gilliam,
Howdy.
Senator Cook, Senator Sweet, Senator Patel, Senator Habib, Senator Blair, Senator Abidat, Kubiar, Kublak, Luce, Schaller, Day, please stay in order, Lavin, Rosian, Clark,
Howdy. Howdy.
Senator Humble, stay in order, Senator Price, Senator Riojas,
Howdy.
Senator Blackie, Senator Bonnet, Senator Brennan, Chen, Collins, Webbox, Evans, Finney, Giles, please stay in order, Hemphill, Hutton, Cruz, Langston, Loving, McNair, McDonald, please stay in order, Bertha, Peel, Rowe, Brucey, Simpson, Stanley, Strother, Trado, Turner, Does anyone not call? I know what's going on.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Shoot. Sweet. Actually, let me take you up on that offer, brother.
Hey, 6610, all rules that only bet on the person entrusting you to do it. So why don't you bet and keep on the line it, brother? Hey, one body, well, the hand cannot say the tongue, I don't need you. Put your hands out and let you talk. The hand cannot say to the tongue, I don't need you. I would. They're all parts, but they're all one body. I would cough both my hands. And so I wanted to be consistent with the J Court. I think the J Court gets every decision 100% right, and I just wanted to make sure that that was enforced. Ultimate side of respect. And I just wanted to defer to the court's precedent. This is why you're my favorite Arnhart. There you go. Yeah. There you go. Ball. How are you doing? Good, man. How are you? Doing good. Have a question. Yeah, sure. Not yet. Good luck tonight. And nope. You really didn't help? No. It's pretty dope. So freaking good. They're Oreo with cookie dough brownie. I think it's it's like five business days. Okay, that's my guess. Hey, thank you. I don't know what's the happy Hanukkah. Have a good night, Troy. I'm Catholic. And now I'm a defensive Catholic because last session there's all this Catholic bashing because the speaker wasn't Catholic. It's all the Catholics got bashed. And so she finally recognized me for the invocation. I was like, after the intercession of the Holy Spirit, sincerity of thought and eloquentness of speech. We asked for all these patron saints and just went down the list and said all this Catholic stuff. And finished up with prayer. Never got recognized again. Now, I don't know about I would have just gone down and said we had a I think J-Court has been doing well the past couple months. Where's Joel's archives? You in the annex? Where's the J-Court archives? No, I'm not disagreeing with your ruling. Do y'all don't even have archives? Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, we're somewhere here. Jake and Ashley went through the whole. What the heck is this? I went through the flood. 2004. They organized everything. I don't know. Wow, this is your leadership. That's the code. Is that the whole code that y'all rule with? This is the overreaching and the Senate reaching into Jake. Oh, you don't want to
reaching
What?
in.
Corner job, probably.
I'm a student trying to consult what a ruling was.
Every time I say, try to give us an
I am a consultant.
Thank you.
Trying to get a ruling. I have 19. That's not true.
Do you know anywhere that
I am a represented member, you know.
Oh,
The SEC.
making the trek over there?
The SEC has.
I didn't even know to get those.
I would assume
No,
they're
that's fine.
doing
Thank
it.
you. That's perfect. That's perfect. Thank you.
Says what? I heard that.
Pass up a chance to take cheaper.
I don't know, I'm gonna go, yeah.
Roll call. Well, her beat it.
Nope. Jake Smith has to be a.
You going that?
Dude, I really shouldn't, but I'm going. Wait, I'm gonna go for like really like one half price. I'm going like this too.
There you are.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Are you going? What's going on? What'd you park?
They were gonna use that executive reports and I got my jacket on, but it doesn't, I was ready to stand up and then.
What? For the chancellor's Christmas party, that's once they get ready. I haven't seen it.
Are you going?
She's dragging along with that.
Oh, is she doing it?
Yeah, she works in the office.
I didn't know she was behind and getting it. Yeah, it's got me where I'm not going.
So I may not be going, but I will show up. Whatever.
I need you guys. It's just like constantly telling like I'm not even. Like one. Dad.
I felt bad for them, like this first half, being sure, respectful. Even with the first of it. But then I got to that thing like.
I know what we did. We actually make sure it was not like again. Also,
like when we have more people here, this is like.
All right, man. Well, you're not going to.
No, I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna. I'll be in there, but he took. You like stole it, dude. I was like, no, he put it in the. That's funny. I was at Logi's. This kid took me out of Logi's on Friday and I painted. I observed it. You did.
Going home, so I walked out.
Yeah, he's a bouncer there. Every night. And I was like, you couldn't be like, hey, stop that. I deserved it. We couldn't have been like, hey, I know you, stop that. Don't do that. I was the marksmen were ignoring the push more about any things. They kept putting all the towels in the pile of them. I had a huge pile of towels. I was like, y'all just do this. Let's start throwing the towels.
Oh my god.
I know I deserved to keep that,
Yeah.
but he should have just done it.
That's funny.
I was like, y'all are blatantly.
Actually upset. Actually.
I figured you wanted to give one.
I really did. I just wanted to go up there and be like, happy Hanukkah.
And I stole a bunch of stuff from my house and put it all in my back pocket. And I walked out with the bouncer and I was like,
Nice.
I went to the backyard and I was like, I stole it. Hammered like I was and she still served me. I was like, good job. I slept outside that night. This is all your fault.
That is funny. I'm gonna have to see the call.
I've been talking to people who've known for 2 years now. Whenever they introduce me, one of them,
So, that's all we're on. But I don't like, not like to say it. So you could say, I'm you. What a line, Springer.
Oh my gosh.
It's gonna get too. I've never. My opinion is always that when I just want to